There I am. It's a ritual every day, as going through and setting everything up every single time. Oh well, I shouldn't complain. Okay. So yesterday doesn't seem so far away, but it is. The result of yesterday is here, which is like we did a ton of like adding different things to generally decorate the arenas, and the last thing we did was this foliage or dirt map where corners would be filled up with dirt. At some point we have to split this out into something more reasonable, but yeah, it's what it is. There we go. So now it kind of change the threshold around, make it pull it in more or less. My thinking is with this, wouldn't it be really cool if these were burnable and I could use my my fire spells to set this on fire to kind of kill enemies, and they burn for a bit, and maybe it even spreads. Not entirely sure how useful it would be, but I think there is something there. Last night I also spent a bunch of time like working on this you know, my window manager, so I can do things like by default I do not show the names anymore, just the icons, but you can bring them up by control clicking on them. You can also now drag a window between, so you can't see this, but here's my window. I also fixed a bunch of bugs. It's still weird when you're reordering them, but it does sort of work. So now I can kind of, you can't see this, but this window that I have here now, I can drag that to the side to my other like my off-screen thing, and it kind of goes there, and then I can drag it back, and then it does this. So it's like quite a bit better, but there is sometimes weirdness going on when I'm reordering them. I'm not sure, like this doesn't work sometimes. That time it kind of became weird. It mostly worked, but not necessarily. Also, like I have a way to, if I press the age here, I can send something over to the other side. I don't think I can reorder them anymore, but Oh, maybe that's why things are weird when I have things over here. I don't know, but I can have like the things I'm working on here, and then maybe like I have my VM, my instance of VS Code for my window manager over here, and maybe some docs or something over here. So it becomes like a little bit easier to keep track. So maybe I will put that over there too. Now we have super clean setup to switch between this and that, and then I can go over here if I want my web browser. Yeah, it's pretty good. At some point I would like to spend more time on this and maybe like have a plus here so we can create groups, and then maybe you can send the whole group, like keep this and that together, and then maybe add a global hotkey to kind of switch between those two. So instead of like Windows tabbing or Alt tabbing, I could press something like, I don't know, Control-Shift-D to toggle between the windows in my group or something. It could be quite useful. So I was thinking to make a quick swaying grass shader this morning. Gonna use this as a base, I think. It's gonna be alpha. I think it's called alpha test. We already have world position here, which is nice. We don't have to do anything with that. So with this, we also don't need all of this. We're gonna use the normal incoming stuff. So we will just use like text 2D. Why don't we copy it? We want to clip here. We could do something like that. I'm not 100% sure. And then we want to like offset something, but let's try to get it working by default first. No, I changed the wrong shader. God damn it. Take all these grass renderers and apply a new material. Call this like swaying foliage. Unlit, swaying grass. And then on these we'll sway like this. Oh, Pan Waffle, one of the best names on Twitch, I would say. So now we're having a whole bunch of problems here. It doesn't show anything to us. We just see the okay. So why is that? Could be the clip. Let's get rid of the clip and see what happens. There we go. Doesn't seem to pick up the texture correctly. Of course, because that's not how we do it. So I dot UV. But I think we have to do like O dot UV equals V dot UV. Like here it would be really nice to be able to like Alt tab really quick, but that doesn't work. Here we go, here's our thing. Textured, and now we clip. Look at that. Beautiful. That should mean we can go in here now and start swaying shit around. So we do o.worldpause.x equals sine of you can get the time somehow, I don't know how. Unity time in shader. It's called underscore time or something. That is a float 4. Float 4 time underscore time dot x. We just add instead. There we go. So now it should be swaying back and forth. It's not redefinition of time. I don't have to define it apparently. Forgetting some semicolon. Doesn't work. It is actually not. It is vertex.x that I want to modify. But this isn't working. It is offset though. Yeah, but the time is not running for some reason. So why isn't time updating? Tell me. Hey Rob! Yeah, there's some foliage in there. Why doesn't time work? Come on, let me know. Okay, it was slow, really, really slow. It's about the right time. That's about the right thing, and then we want to like multiply this with how far from y it is. So multiply by v dot vertex or o dot vertex dot y. So if it's at the ground, it's going to be not moving at all. Doesn't seem to be correct. Is it v dot vertex y then? Yep. Cool. And then we offset this by z and x, I think. Pretty sweet. Then we can add another wave that's slower but bigger, and we can kind of like multiply these values with something. Wonder if this only works because I have like a pretty powerful computer. Because most of it is in the shader and rendering, but there's still like every tuft of grass is like its individual game object with its individual renderer. Even though maybe all of them use the same material. So I don't know, but if I add like a collider on there so I can kind of make the grass burn later on. We'll see how that works on the Nintendo Switch. If we just run out of memory altogether. Shouldn't be too bad though. Can optimize. It does look pretty good, doesn't it? Enemies can kind of hide in the grass. There is a potential thing I want to do because this was really fast. Do we want to like push the grass down as you move over it? because it doesn't look quite as good when you're right in it. There are two... I guess there are multiple techniques, but two main ones. One would be add a collider to each of those and then scale it in on the CPU if the player is near it or anything is near it. That feels like a big GPU hog. A CPU hog. And then the other one is like, what if we put a camera above everything? And had a special object inside everything that should push grass. That's like either just a gradient or some kind of normal map looking thing that just renders to this texture, and then we transform world coordinates into this texture and read the value for the pixel, and then we use that value either by just shortening, like pushing the grass down, or potentially actually bending it to the sides. You could create a render texture, figure out how big the biggest map would be, and then we map that so that the texture is roughly, or no, it's exactly whatever size, so it's easy to convert. Let's give this a shot. Let's create an empty. Let's get our let's start out easy. Let's use this one. Grass pusher. We'll create a layer for this. Grass pushers. Where is it? It's here somewhere. It should be quite big now, and then we can make it bigger, smaller later on. You just want to see that it sort of works. Close to the feet, and then we just make sure that our cameras don't render this. The main camera does not render. Yep. And then we create another camera, and that camera is not going to be part of this. It's going to be like a world space thing. We just created another camera, one of 8 million. And this one is only gonna render the grass pushers. See where it is. We're gonna push it like it's gonna be centered, but it's gonna be high up, and it's gonna be looking straight down. 90, I guess. And then it can be a orthographic camera. This will make the size really easy to calculate, and we make this like 20. Should probably be bigger. And finally, let's create a render texture. Custom render texture, 256 by 256. Should I not have done custom render texture? Is there a non-custom render texture? There we go. So this one is a 2D texture. It's of size 512 by 512, should be enough. It's got anti-aliasing off. It's bilinear, sounds good. Clamped, sounds good. Now we change our grass camera here. Select the render texture. And looking at this texture now, we should be able to see the stuff that we don't. So shouldn't be a matter of flipping planes. Okay, so why doesn't it work? Why isn't this like drawn? Because it's not on the grass bushes. There we go. Here we can see our little thing, and if we were to select the texture, it should be in there. Now we know that at the world center there is a texture that maps to, I think it's 64 by 64 units, maybe 128 or something. So in our grass shader we can now, how are you doing this? We can now sample this texture. Let's call this push text. Yeah, we're gonna need push text, and then we can sample this. Let's start here. Say push text. We don't want to read from in that. We want to read the world position here, and we want to offset it so by 0.5 and a few things like that. So we want to take the incoming world pulse XY, divide that by, I think, 128, but I'm not 100% sure, and then add that. So hopefully that would map from whatever world space thing we had before. And then we add this to center it so it's not like negative values. You could clamp it, but yeah, so we do this, and then we should add the color onto it. So we can do color RGB plus equals push RGB, so we're not caring about that. Cool. So now we want to take our grass shader and add on to it the grass thing. Whistling? Isn't that what I just did? To use the .rgb, for example. Oh, seem to have missed a push text. Okay, so it seems like it's not working quite, but let's create another grass pusher that we can move around and toy with. It does look like it's very distorted in some direction here, and that is probably because it's not XY, it's XZ. This would be the whistling part, right? Look at that! It is actually working, and my math, flawless. On first try, I am excited. Cool. So now we can try pushing the grass height down using this. So let's copy this part and do it in the vertex shader instead. So we grab the world position and then we do o.vertex.y minus equals push.r. So the higher value, the more it will be pushed down. Nope. Undeclared. This should be O world plus. Nope. Is it because I'm... It might be because we need a higher... Unity sample texture in vertex shader. I think we might have to tell it to use a newer vertex shader language. There you go, Garbowski. This here, I think. Maybe put it at the top. Nope. Cannot map expression to VS 4.0 instruction set. So it's already 4.0. So I guess that's not the problem. Googling. Text 2D LOD. Except it's not spelled like that. capital. So text 2D LOD, and then it's position. Yeah, that's just a texture, and then there's the text chord. Should be like that. Maybe? Still no. No matching two parameter intrinsic function. Possible intrinsic functions are sampler float 4. Yeah, we need a 4, like they said, pretty much. Yes, you need the lob. I wonder if you can do this and it will just put it at 0. No. I think you can do float for this and then 0, 0. Yay, we got it. In theory now, I should be able to, like, yeah, you can see how it bulges a little bit. Cool. If I move the player now, you can see things happening. So what we want to do is more or less multiply this by 1 minus r. It sort of work, but not quite. So the reason it's going the wrong way, I'm not sure. Like I would have expected this to Hey Python in Mind Rage. By the way, if I multiply this by 0, I would have expected there to be everything go really short. So if that is the case, oh, that's not at all like, this is after. This is like, so here we modify stuff. Since this happens, we can do this earlier then and modify instead the V vertex Y. I don't think there is a reason why this wouldn't work. And this will probably work. And then this turns into, yeah, potentially. Look, it looks like it's shorter now, so now we move the player. The grass gets kind of pushed down as we're moving over it. Now our grass pusher is a little bit big and it's got a weird texture, but It's not looking amazing, I gotta say. I think that has a lot to do with that it's like affecting things too far away, and maybe our effects here need to have some other like, let's add another texture that we can use. Let's say another shape. I guess we could do a gradient. Radial. Put it down here or something. What I'm thinking is I'm gonna duplicate this a couple of times so it's like a sharper version of this, and then we just merge those, and then we can I didn't plan that, but that worked out fine. Cool. So now we can take a grass pusher, switch it to the effects 4, I guess. Not that. What? It is in there. It is. Ah, it's effects. This. Make it smaller. I think this is the simplest version. Of it. Yeah, we'll add it to the enemies too. That should work fine. It does feel like it's pushing. It's still a little bit too big, and we could make it so that the amount of red in the texture pushes to the left and the amount of green pushes to the right, for example, or we just offset so it's a black to red over the thing, and then we read the red and offset it by 0.5, so we get here's what I'm thinking at least. So let's use this. And put it over here, make it like that, and then we take a pure red gradient from the left edge to the right edge, except we want it to be linear. And we want it from red to black. Black, and probably should be that way instead. So roughly that, and then we can do another one actually, which is the pure green. But for that I'm gonna need the actual numbers. RGB. Pure green to transparent. We'll do top to bottom. and raster. But I'm not sure about this one yet. So, oh wait, that doesn't work. So we need to take this and then add another one, and then this one goes raster. Or add. Cool. Makes a little ball of something. And hard to tell where the exact center is, but it should be roughly here. Offset the player, so there, in here somewhere. Cool. So now we can read this. RG to give us a fixed 2. Red and green, and then we add this whole half thing. Actually, what we do is we subtract the half thing. Should give us a value between, yeah, it should be the an offset more or less, and then we can just do v.vertex xz plus equals push. Let's see. It's moving things up and down rather than left and right, which is surprising me a little bit. Push should be modified by world pause y, so it doesn't affect the it's sort of doing the right thing. Should it just be negative? Wow, this is weird. Oh, because black doesn't work anymore. Right, okay. So the push texture need to be clearing to what color? Mid-gray? To mean no push at all. Hello, Zangris. So if we clear it like this, maybe it will work. Let's turn off the swaying for a second. Make it much more prominent, so maybe we can see if it's doing what we think it should be doing. Looks like it's inverted or something. Subtract push? Where did the player go? No, this is not Windows 11. This is Windows 10. Definitely not correct with negative here, so it should be positive. Let's move like.
Broken records glitching out loud. Music named as February month.
I get it.
Sometimes coming down here once more.
Is it actually moving in the Y direction? It's not, right? It's just. Only X and Z. No, this is Windows 10. I've written my own like window manager thing to swap between windows easily.
Meet the drum for what comes and goes. Meet the drum for
It's
summer is born. So we went on in a little more. So now I search for love through my phone.
I'm tempted to do this. Okay, so let's add another radial gradient to pure blue, which is going to be our Z direction. And this is going to be from the center and out. Also raster. This is it's gonna be another color here. So if I'm correct, this will not affect anything at this point. It should be more or less the same. But now we want to push down using using that. So we do like v.vertex dot y multiply equals 1 minus push b. That should push them down by how close to the center they are. Nope. Invalid subscript. I guess it's C then. Dare say that since this is rendered, we probably should have like a disk of 127 on top of this. It becomes a little bit because but that 127 shouldn't have any green in it or blue in it. Let's change that. So we got like the grass camera, remove all the blue in it. Blue is what we should remove. Push color. Okay. Seems to be working. Maybe make the grass pusher slightly smaller. Maybe move it. How small can we make it and still has the same effect? Because the individual tufts of grass are pretty... You could do something with a little bit of historicity in it, so maybe we could take the direction we were moving and push the grass in that direction instead. And then just interpolate that over time using either, like, I've done this with particle systems before. I think the effect is not... It's not convincing in doing exactly what we asked it to do. But it is showing a little bit of an effect when you're walking over it. So now we can just tweak. So why is it like... You can see that like goes that way and then it starts moving the other direction in what feels like too early. When I'm moving at it from that direction, I think there is something... I think here's a solo, or more or less. Do this, it works, and then before I'm past it, it already starts like going towards 0. So there's some inversion of something. I'm gonna go get something to drink. So if it's at the center, the texture is, if we remove this, it is more or less, let's take one of the directions first. That's making it easier. So now it's like black on this side. Let's try this. Create a disk. That's roughly this size. Let's put it below this and just fill it with whatever this That's a pure blue. The opposite. Like, actually, let's fill it with 127. I cannot. Like this. So that's the base, and then this only adds onto it. So maybe this should have been black. So if I do this, the color here is going to be the same as the background color for this, and we should see no movement at all. But then we add another layer and a gradient, and we add in that it goes to black from the left to the center, or from the left to the right, I'm not sure. This should now equate to a negative value. Right? Yeah. Jakub Sutecki is a master. So that's the first thing, and then since it's X, I would add in this red gradient. But should I do it towards the center, or now it's like step on it and then it falls over. Let's group these and use the mask from here to get other shape. So what I do in the shader is I read this color, and there's no blending yet, but it is. So if I were to put this as pure black, let's say that we start with pure black, that means -1. No, it means -1/2 actually. So for the math to work, we want to do this and then multiply the entire thing by 2. Then we get a value that's... Yeah, let's simplify so it's easier to see. So V vertex Y equals push times world position Y. So this should just push it anything straight down. But nothing is showing up now for some reason. No luck with that. Here he is. I can copy artist link if you're on. If you're on Spotify. Why? What's going on here? Here it is. Okay, let's find. This one gets pushed. In, yeah, okay, so that seems to be working. I wanna change this. Get rid of that. Let's add another mask here. DX G, something like not that. So one of my theories is that it's gonna look weird when this create a group, select this as the mask, and then inside of the mask we can create all sorts of stuff. I want to add a layer inside of the mask or inside of the group. This is gonna be entirely black. If we do this, you can see it kind of pushing things when it comes from this side and then falling back. But it pushes it the wrong way when you come from this side. So it always pushes it to the left because black means fully I don't even know. Black means -1 and red is gonna mean +1. So I'm gonna try adding this gradient here to see how that works. So the problem is that when you're straight above, it starts to move over to the other side. I want to try getting it like, if the edge is there, to that edge. Just want to see if it's a reasonable. No, that doesn't seem right. This felt more right, but maybe just. Oh, I'm doing it with a... it's not a... Okay. That's why it's weird. It, I want to make it feel like it's pushing the same amount if I'm standing there or I'm standing there. Looks about right, yes. Okay, so then on top of this we add the blue, which is gonna be a radial gradient. And this is how much it gets pushed down. So if we try to match up this like this, maybe, and then we say like vertex y multiply equals to not push, but push color dot b, and we do like 1 minus that. Little paper. Sorry, I missed you before Blur. What do you call this function in Unity? Object color mending? No. Well, I don't know which function you mean. Oh, is there some blue in... Oh wait, the blue has to be added to it, so it's not overriding the red and the black here. Sort of working. Now we're not going to see any difference, I think. It's exactly the same. No, it's not exactly the same. Because we're using more channels. It should only push left and right, but that is definitely not left and right. That is... don't get it. Oh, this is breaking my brain. So we're using shaders in Unity to get this. This should be raster, of course. So we're using a couple of techniques. We have a camera that's seen from the top that renders those like blobs underneath stuff so they can kind of push the grass. And then we have a special shader, the grass shader, which reads from that texture and pushes the vertices of stuff. Using it. Now if we only did the Z, would that work? Would that look good? It looks, to me, it looks roughly correct. But at the same time, it looks a little bit like... It might be because this grass pusher is now a little bit too small. Take it easy, Sangris. Thank you for hanging out. Make the blue spot bigger. And then we add in a little bit of this. And then we make it... We do like a little bit less of that. And now we make everything slightly smaller. like that. And now we're back at the look we had like a little while ago. But I think it works. It's not a terrible effect. Maybe I could see us multiplying these two. That should work, I think. That should be the exact same effect. Just written in one line. Yep. And then if we want to strengthen it, we can multiply this by 2. Push it more to the side. I think it's good enough. It's more that it kind of moves away or like reacts to you than it's reacting correctly. Cool, and then we bring back the magic. This way. Okay, so now we have the first part done. The second part to this effect is, since we're using we're using our camera with a 50% red, 50% green to be like the default state is no change. I want to have an additive. If I does it like do anything if I do this? Does not like. Because if I have two things and I want them to overlap, I want to kind of have them additively added to this. But if I make this black, we're gonna destroy everything. But maybe we can use the incoming alpha to fade in the effect. So we can just do push color A and multiply with that. How does this look? Still has this effect. Okay, so now can I make my thing additive instead. So the grass pusher gets the additive material, and does that still work? It does, but it looks different. Here's the deal. I want to add this to, for example, projectiles. So let's copy this grass pusher and go into prefabs, enemies, and inside of the like base enemy thing, we'll just push this here and set reset it and rotate it, make it this big. And for like the tumor, we need to add it too. Copy that. For the flyer, we'll make it smaller. And maybe can we do this to get the effect less? I don't know. For the eyeball, this looks correct. Flyer. This one may be bigger. And tumor doesn't have it at all. But also added to things like the projectiles. Hey, Fumul! Thank you for the sub. And yes, I use built-in cloth. And like Nova projectile gets it too. And we even do it when you cast the blizzard, so it kind of pushes grass away from that. And then we have finally the enemy projectile. Not the slash. I was thinking here. Okay, so let's see what happens when we do like arcane bolt. We shoot and it kind of ruffles the grass a little bit. Cool, and then we get the blizzard too. Just put it in and it's okay. We could animate that too, I guess, or we push it inside of the area, and I think it will do the same. It's not super convincing for these effects yet. And it felt like the arcane bolt. Can we get away with one of those where we faded over a couple of frames? Like if I clear to, it can't be too black, so we gotta not clear at all. If we don't clear, then it's gonna be forever. so it just becomes crazy. But then if we drew something like a sum, we kind of want to clear it towards transparent, but I have no idea how to do that in an efficient manner. Let's see what the enemies look like on top of it. These have a smaller effect too, so. I think the general sense is that the effect could be bigger for the enemies. They're moving so fast too, so... Could do a shader that takes that texture and just removes delta time amount of alpha on every frame. So what you do is you put it on the camera and then you do like on pre-render. We take the target texture and then we have a material that has a shader which blends, which does this sort of. Another way to think of it is to think of the audio listeners, get rid. To think of this thing as a particle system. And then spawn many of them as you go. So in the player case, we would add like a particle system that spawns them on every step, and then those kind of fade out. My problem right now is that this is not... I guess we can just copy be merged and create a new grass pusher texture. Other than that, this is correct. Oh, there is some remove matte. Yes. So instead of doing this, well, we can have that too, but let's add another thing like a particle system. Then we're gonna need a material. Can we not just use the grass pusher material that we have? Oh, it's the additive. Okay, so duplicate the additive. Boop, duplicate. Call this like grass pusher. And then we select our new texture. And then we grab our particle system and assign this grass pusher thing. And then we make sure it renders on the grass pushers layer. And then we do like shape is shouldn't matter because we're not gonna really have speed. We're gonna have this here, and then we're gonna have like a line. The rendering should be aligned to the top. Can we do like normal? No. We should be able to rotate it somehow so it's facing the camera rather than. But maybe we need to like. It's not that. There we go. That looks correct, I think. Bigger size. This emission position thing should be like radius 0, lifetime 1 second, and then we just do. Is it color over lifetime, or do we do? Let's try that first. So we start at 0. And then at some point we fade out. So we fade in and we fade out. And most importantly, it's not like that. It's rate over distance, like 3 or something. And then disable this for now. And then we go. You can see it kind of pushes a lot now. But then it falls back as we're standing still. It doesn't look very good. but I think it's because the color, like if we put it at half opacity or something. But maybe it doesn't kind of. Maybe also the start size is too big and we need this 2 to get like. I'm tempted to like if we instead could read the direction we were moving and then draw I'm thinking this could be used for like snow and other stuff too. But let's say we're moving right, then we draw a red blob in front of us. And then if we're moving left, we're drawing a black or like 0 red thing in front of that. And then every frame we kind of draw less and less, or like we fade this back. I'm interested in toying with this. So let's do this. Let's create a and the speed is gonna be I feel like we're spending a little bit too much time on this, but at this point, who cares? Effect. Okay, so we have a sprite renderer. Come on. We do like a sprite renderer. And then like in start we get that sprite renderer get conf. And then we remember our last position, so vector 3 last position. Now we have an update loop, last position equals transform position, and then we have a delta. Last position. And then we can set the color of the sprite renderer to be dependent on this. So new color. We're gonna start out easy and say like delta dot y.
want to do speed, so it's like delta divided by time delta time. We do speed and then speed dot x. This is going to be clamped between 0 and 1. And this is now going to be a value between like... Oh, we can't do clamp 0, 1. Let's do clamp and then minus 1 and 1. It gives us the red, and then we do 0, 0, and 1 for the color. Now this is a value between 0... Hey G-Brain. Pentakill. Never heard of them. Yeah, it's pretty good progress. This will give us a value between minus 1 and 1. Now we want to divide this by 2 and add a 1 to that, or a 0.5 to that, which brings it in the range of 0 if we're not moving at all. So we call it grass pusher. And we have our thing. Let's do it on the default layer for now so we can see it, and then we have the... Let's just have something like this, so we can clearly see which color things are. So now it's red, or mid-red, and then very red, and then black. And we want to use the normal sprites. So we can see when it turns black too. So it turns black and turns red. And then it turns... Cool. We could do magnitude on this to be like... Cool, now we can calculate the green channel, which is going to be the Z speed, whatever. Now it should turn like yellow if we go top right. And if we're not moving at all, it kind of fades to black. Yellow and then very black. So I want to visualize the let's create a new material so we can always see the texture. It's gonna have like white, but I don't know if you can do this, but why don't we just do unlit, transparent, and we pick the grass pushing shader, and then we use our grass camera, say that it is not clearing, and then we move the thing to be on the right layer. So now when we move our player around, oh wait, we need to assign it to the plane too. Grass. Wait, did we create the... This is it, though. This is like the debug material. Where is this plane now? It's here somewhere. Put it at 0, 0, 0. Then we want to make it as big as the camera, which is... This one is re-rotated or something. Cool. So if we play now, we should be able to see a trail behind us. And that is sort of combing the stuff. If we were to draw like why is he So it's not working perfectly, let's say that. Now we have to create another thing that fades this out over time. I don't remember how to do this, but there is a way. Unity, apply shader to render texture. So you do graphics.blit, right? Okay. So we can take effects here. Is there a rendering? Doesn't matter. Let's create one. So we do like do something like this. We have a public material. It is going to be the thing that we're applying, and then we have this on post render, I think. Yep. Then we can do stuff, and this we will also do like execute always. And then we take like the source. It should be like a render texture destination. Should this be a render texture 2D? No. There should be one where you just pass the material, I think. Cool, so now we need to create another shader, and we can just use like I think there is like a full screen effect or something. It doesn't matter as long as it's after the texture has been used or before it has been used. But I don't want it to be like applied between we draw something to it and something else gets drawn. So for this, we only let's just return fixed for I UVX, I UVY, 0 and 1. This goes away for now. This is called like hidden, should be called like or utilities fade out. Could put in a texture here and read from that. That's probably the easiest way. Cool. And then we go to like system or maybe grass camera and do like apply material to texture. The material is gonna be fade and the destination is gonna be grass pushing. That doesn't work at all. So does this get called? I think it should like be called here too. If I do this, it's gonna be called multiple times since I'm doing stuff. There's a test there. But it doesn't seem to be drawing anything through the texture. Is this doesn't clear? Yeah, that's correct. This gets called. It's using the material. Okay. Um, so why doesn't this work? See if they have any examples. In update, graphic split, texture to other texture. Um, Okay, I don't know about that. Windows on the grass pusher. If I were to move this, it's gonna be a trail. But it doesn't draw the stuff to the texture, so maybe there's something wrong with my stuff, so let's return something entirely yellow. That doesn't seem to do it either. It doesn't seem to work. We can use another I think I've used this for like image of Unity, graphics, .blitz, image effect. It creates a temporary render texture. Okay, we can do this on render image instead, maybe graphic split. Which happens on this particular camera, I guess. So we can do source and dest with the material. Yay, we got it. We got it. We got it. So that's better. That's how you should do it. So now instead, if we just wanted to have the same colors, like we do this, we can kind of, why is it offset? It does look like that is the actual, oh wait, I moved it. So it's that's the reason. Okay, so now we're here. We can kind of do this. And we want to fade the color out every frame. So we just subtract we say that color A we remove something from here. So we got like we got time. And I think we have delta time too. Unity shader delta time or something. So Unity delta time X. So in 1 second, alpha will go from 1 to 0. Then we'll return the new. And now it fades out. Seems pretty cool. Also the grass, we don't want to where is it you would do this? Is it here? Cull off? Or no backface culling? You can see the texture when it's bent. No, not that fine. Then this one doesn't work. So this needs to be smaller. and potentially a thing like this. Much smaller. That's pretty convincing. Let's have it flex back somehow. Where is it? Fade alpha shader times 5. And then alpha, I guess, gets clamped. Damn, I'm pretty stoked about this. This feels cool. Maybe slightly slower, and then actually, it should be like this. Try this. Probably should expose that as a... I think the size of it now is just preventing it from hitting, since the grass is only at specific positions. Let's get it a little bit bigger. I only restart when I change. But yeah, I don't usually restart in that way. So next up is one more thing, and that is pushing it ahead. So if we're moving forward, let's push the thing so it's hitting forward. Otherwise, it'll seem like I'm pulling those things. This is like Way too much. Footsing about with this. I'll be right back. Right, so we take the not the transform parent position here instead. And then we say transform dot local position equals delta and then we have some kind of way of controlling this. So if we're moving really fast, let's say times 10, so where we would be in 10 frames is where this is. At least that's what I'm thinking. Hey, Moonstone with the raid. Welcome, raiders. How you doing? Thank you. We have been working on a weird grass thing today where we make the grass kind of bend to our will. What I'm doing now is supposed to be like there's still wait I just gotta adjust this. So the grass camera is 64 units, which is this big, and the plane that I'm drawing is that big. So would it be like 16 then? To be exactly correct? Oh. Not sure why it would be 13. It has to do with 10. I don't know. Guess we want to push it more. For some reason, I've broken the hot reload in Unity, so we want to push things more. Let's just push.
multiplier. Push multiplier is 30. Thanks. So yeah, now you can see it kind of going maybe a little bit too far ahead. Yeah, it is. But you can kind of comb the fur here. So the neon dot that's ahead is like combing the grass a little bit. So let's split the difference. Something like 16. Nice and base 2. It's mostly to not affect the grass behind us. Looks pretty good. Yeah, it's slightly deck builder-ish. It's a mashup of like Nuclear Throne, Snake RX, and Slay the Spire. So you play like this. You can play with the controller too, but yeah. So we got some. We want to go here, and then we can kind of, to build up an economy, we want to sacrifice. You can actually sacrifice twice, and then buy max HP. And then we're gonna get a refill here. And then we can go this way, and down there. There's no way of getting both those shops. Okay. So we made the grass yesterday, and we added the kind of bending today. I haven't yet added the new bending to the enemies, so that looks a little bit weird, but it's, yeah, we want to probably want to, that depress thing we added in the shader, can we actually fade the other things with that too, or are we already doing that? We're not multiplying this with depress. Let's try that and see if it's slightly better. For some reason I have to click outside to regain control in Unity. Oh yeah, that's ever so slightly better, I would say. Ooh, but it gets... So we don't have that many spells and stuff yet, but it exists. So if we could take this route, we had 18, so now we're starting to get interest on our money. 20%. Can buy that, for example. We could have actually sacrificed once, I guess. does depress though, so that's pretty cool. Ow. Get some health back. Bosses aren't in the game, this would have been a boss. So now we do sacrifice and then we try to find something good. We could upgrade our rail. We should do that. Not getting a lot of bouncy is pretty fun. No one hurt, okay. We do this and then we do another sacrifice on the next one if we can. We don't take too much damage. The bouncy gets better once you... Ow, took damage. I think we need to cap when we're dashing. It affects things too far ahead. We need to cap it to like 1 unit or something. Cooldown speed is really good. We want this to also like push the grass away, I guess. Now we got a lot of money, so we can just shop to our heart's content. What we would like is like a range upgrade. We can get that. That's close. So I haven't updated the enemies to this new art style yet. They are still like the really flat, low color versions from the 1 week thing that I did. Okay, let's see if we can find a range upgrade. Take cooldown speed, that's always good. But it doesn't seem to want to give me range. Oh, my money! Oh no. Yeah, I have some like mock-ups. Oops, I guess of new enemies. I guess I'm getting killed here in the background. Damn it. Okay, let's cap the push on this. So like this is like I'm thinking 0.75. Then we want to actually probably make a prefab out of this, so we can add it to multiple things like projectiles and stuff. Prefabs, effects. Grass pusher. We should have done this before. So, enemies. Base enemy. Remove this. Add this new one. Effects. Grass pusher. Good. And then we have 2 more enemies, like the tumor. Let's copy this. Tumor, get rid of that, put it in again, and then 0 out the stuff and maybe make it bigger. This one could have a smaller grass pusher. Nice. That's all of those. Maybe this one needs a bigger one. Slightly. There we go. Projectiles. Player projectile. Slightly bigger. Doesn't matter where I move it because it's gonna be pushed. So, sure. What else is there? Enemy projectile, I guess. Get rid of that. Put this in. Slightly bigger, I guess. And then, ooh, what else? Blizzard effect. Let's keep those with the old version. That's fine. We got the Nova projectile. Okay, let's see what happens if we like get the arcane bolt and we shoot. It's gonna ruffle it a little bit. Feels like side to side is harder than up and down. Up and down seems to do a lot of work. See how it looks with the enemies. Yeah, let's reduce the amount horizontally. Well, it looks vertically maybe. Reduce the amount vertically. Can I multiply by a float 2 here? Do this like 2 and 0.5. Will that work? Now it does it more that direction, but less in that direction. But I definitely don't want that much. Do 1 0.5. Give ourselves a cane bolt. The proc gen for the grass, floor generator, grass, it's here, and then we have this small random thing. Let's increase that. So a little bit less. On the grid now. Looks more natural. I wonder if I should be able to cut the grass, and how would I handle like burning the grass? I'm considering just having like a big texture and a compute shader that handles like those things, but I'm not sure how. Like, maybe I could spawn project or particles using that somehow. See how the enemies they're pushing the grass pretty handily here. Boom. Oh, how do you like that? Boom. It just pushes back the pretty happy. So it feels like the grass is stretching. This is what I want to figure out how to fix. And then I think I'm going to take a lunch break or something. So this, it's, the press is it inverted to what it should be? Try. Because I feel like the grass should. Oh, because someone, like, I added this little bit, and then we talked about it on stream yesterday, and, like, just happened. It's not necessarily gonna be grass. So it's like multiple layers. The first layer is figuring out how far any tile is from the wall, and then we can use that to distribute things like grass, or to have dirt, or to have other things, so that yeah, whatever. Do we want to multiply the current alpha? Let's do like 10 times col A here. So it's like quicker first, and then yeah, it's like a lerp almost. A little bit fast, but it feels more dynamic. So maybe 5. It's not a linear fade back. It actually feels inverted to what it should be. We can try that. We can try inverting A. So it's like 1 minus A. No, this music isn't available on any Spotify. I bought it off Fresh Tales. Bandcamp. Maybe that was too harsh. This is a great soundtrack. Or soundtrack, it's an album, I guess. Why are these never like coming back? Oh, this took forever. It's not getting... It's not a perfect curve. Give me... I want to have Nova. Oh, we can do it with Claw. I just realized. Where's Claw? player slash, put it in here so it follows, and then claw, and then oh, why is that's a very big area here. I think the whole thing here was a mistake. Why is it happening? Huh? Oh, the we gotta do this. Gotta animate. Gotta animate the existence of this grass pusher. It started out like not existing, and then at the apex it's bigger. Would be nice if I could see it. I have no idea what the size is, but okay. And then somewhere around here it's non-existent. Try it again. Look at the animation. I don't see it, so it's not gonna work, is it? I think the problem is that it's gonna be put in the center. This is not like it's gonna be here, and that's why it doesn't work. So let's add an offset for it, so we can put it like that. Offset is always there, and then the grass pusher goes into that offset and goes there, for example. So let's see if that works. Claw. Yeah, look at that. It's staying with the player for a long while before it's disappearing. Which I don't understand. It feels like it should be. First of all, it needs to be smaller, so let's not record first. It needs to be like this size, maybe. Yeah. Then we record. Maybe we just turn it off here. We could just turn off the sprite renderer after a while, so it's like disappears. And in this case, like, we don't need to push it that much. Also thinking this should be max 0.5, so claw. It is sort of working, but it disappears so quickly. And it's mostly at the end of the slash that it gets applied, so let's try increasing the size. Like 666. Oh, I actually want to do a... So, why is the... It's moving so fast, so it doesn't have time to draw enough times. We can move the offset inside of our thing. We can record this, so we kind of... This is going to be an approximation, but let's move from here to like here to like here or something, so we get it moving. Maybe. That's pretty good. It is moving the right direction. I do feel like we're maybe going back too fast now. Like the infinite... Take a look straight from the top and see how the arc is looking. Try it. You would probably expect them to be cut off rather than moved like this, but it does work. The book. I'll show you. Let's just see here. So the scale here goes up quite a bit. I think maybe we should tone it down slightly. Player. Yes, it's a 3D object. It's not like rendered. Rotation, book arm, handbook. It's actually very small now. We should make it bigger. Like this maybe. Turn this debug thing on. So the book, well, all the grass. The book is made up of a bunch of little sprites like this, so I could find one that. The grass is making it a little bit hard to. There we go. So you could see how this works, right? Just a bunch of sprites that I put together into this book shape. It could be a shield, yeah. Does weird stuff to the grass, this thing. Yeah, chef. It's been for a while. The rail doesn't really do any. It should like part the seas like Moses or whoever it was. When enemies die, that should also like we should have like an explosion thing. Can we actually? Well, we'll figure that out. I want to do like blood and stuff. Playing with melee in this game is hard mode. But the plan is to modify it so that if you take damage, almost like it is in Bloodborne, I think, where if you take damage, you can recover it by striking fast again. I think that's the plan. So we'll have some kind of recoverable health and some way of recovering health by slashing. Bounce reflect. I think we'll have some upgrade that makes melee attacks reflect or something. Let's think about it from like the same. I guess that's how it works in. In Hades. Oh shit, my brain is going. I need to eat something. I just feel like the death effect is. Is this the one used? I don't even know how it works. Player, is there a death effect here or something? It's possible that it's done within, like it just gets the object pool for the enemy death. Yeah, it's using Death Fountain, so this is the one it should be. But it doesn't look like what this is. Okay, maybe it does. So duplicate this. And then I change this so it's let's see here, we want to see here, we do a mesh instead for now, and then we just do spheres. Let's get the looping going here, so it's like boom boom. Oh, that looks cool with the texture sheet animation here. But for this, it's not gonna be that. We're just gonna have this for now. And then we want to have trails. This is where the other one comes in. Mode particles, and then it should be possible to select a sub. It's a sub emitter that we want. We want to have this. The sub emitter should be like trail. The emission should now be over distance instead, and not this. And I think we reduce its complexity a little bit by keeping this. Want to have less gravity. Want to make this look more like a trail, so start lifetime between 0.5 and 2. And the start speed is going to be between 1 and 2 instead. Now we're getting into like cool trail territory. I think we only need like 2 or something. The death fountain, let's give it more force upwards. So it's a hemisphere. But let's turn it into a cone instead. And give it more potential force. Not that much. And then we increase the angle a little bit. Okay, so the trails feel a little bit big. 0.5 to 1. 2, 3. See if this works at all. Probably should be one. It seems to be acting very differently. Like, what's the deal with that? Is it because it hits the ground when it collides? Try that. Sweden is the best country in the world, that's why.
feels like it loses all speed immediately. What is it? It's like hitting something, or what's the... So whenever we spawn these, I think we do that inside of enemy. We spawn it inside of the ground, I think. Maybe that's why it's stopping like it does. Yes, that's the problem. Yeah, I think potentially the effect is a little bit much. And spheres are probably not the best. Approximation of this. So we have too many, that's for sure. Let's do 10. The sizes are too big. Weird, I cannot press restart if I don't have the move tool, or rather with the hand tool I cannot. Cool, let's use size over lifetime to do a little bit of a trick. Make them fade in and fade out. One thing I like to do is this, where it gives a little bit extra like poof at the start. It's not big enough though, so also the lifetime is pretty long, so this needs to be on a really sharp peak at the start, so it's almost like a snap. It doesn't work for some reason. I think, yeah, I don't understand why it doesn't work like it used to. Maybe it does work. Maybe I just need to try it in. it's not gonna be the spheres later on, just so you you're following that, right? Can use cubes just to. Yeah, it doesn't feel right. That's more the punch I want. We're gonna have some other way of doing this, of course, but would you like? Is this the trail material? Just make a pink version. Let's do width over the trail. We're gonna need this new material, whatever. It's gonna be called like rail trail. Make a blood trail. And I don't think we can. So let's copy this, call it like blood trail, and we'll modify the colors in Photoshop. Get this color, put that in there, this color, maybe we can something like that. Add that to our blood trail, and blood trail gets a new extremely wasteful with a higher res sphere here, but it doesn't matter. Let's see if this feels good. feels like the whole effect is a little bit big now. I could scale it, but yeah, more gravity. And I wonder if we can do this. I kind of want to turn off the trails for now and see if that's pretty good. So maybe the count should be like between 3 and 6 or 4 and 6. Maybe it should be dependent on the health of the enemy that died or something. So that's pretty good. And then I want this particle system to be like a flash. I want it to be a lot bigger. Be like 1, 2, 3 or 2, 2, 3 or something. I kind of want to have splats on the floor too, but now the trails are a little bit too big. We're getting there. Maybe it looks better if I actually use the cubes for this. Yeah. I just want to have something, but let's put it in the world instead then. And then change it some other way. Let's go back here. Cool, let's try it out. This is a little bit annoying. Can we... We make all of these kind of happen. So the splats should happen when it hits something. See here, that's 0.5 maybe. So sub-emitters, not on birth but on collision, and then we do like inherit nothing, and then we select our splat system. And then we modify it. So color of a lifetime, we just pick the color from this and turn that off, I would say. Then we have the size. The lifetime, that's pretty fine actually. Maybe even longer lifetime on these. But we actually don't want any speed. No gravity. No size over lifetime. And it should be aligned to the top, I would say. So we'd say like render alignment world, and then rotate them 90 degrees. And then we got the emission, we got count, maybe 2. And then we could use the third row. With this, I think they can be bigger. And if we do this, maybe we could do random C rotation. Might be Y, I'm not sure. Looks correct. Reduce the lifetime a little bit. You could also see this color being a darker shade of this. Turn off the looping, see how it works. Covalescence. Am I animating the feet in the direction of the movement, or always the same animation? There is no feet. At the moment, at least. pretty good. There's it's a little bit of like disconnect. It doesn't feel like it's connected to the ground. When the enemies are on the ground and then they explode, it's kind of they're pasted on top somehow. I feel like I should have a overkill thing. So this is the big explosion that happens when you kill something with more force, like the Gibbs in Quake. What if it's like 5 to 10 seconds? So there's a little bit more persistence to. No idea what this does for performance. I probably cut the frame rate in half, although it's still pinned at 120 in the editor. So, but I do have a pretty decent computer, so. Yeah, maybe later on there will be some enemy that can dodge. The little blood circles are kind of cute. I feel like I have too many projectiles on them. Or particles. Is it because the splats emission count 2, no rate over time, no looping, It must be that they bounce. Let's do 0.5, so it's like a little bit less likely to spawn doubles when it kind of bounces really quickly. But that overkill thing can be used to trigger things like explosion on overkill. So we spawn an actual explosion when that happens, or maybe triggers some increase in damage or something. Healing. Kind of works. I think we're close now. We should. Everything that's in a pool should be removed. Any like blood effects or anything should just be recycled. Because it's weird to have blood on the floor while you're entering, or even like corpses. Maybe steal a mechanic from Ultra Kill. Like if you stand close to enemies that die, so you get like bathed in their blood, you get some benefit. That was close. It looks like they're slightly above the ground. There's a perspective shift that happens. See if we can fix that. The grass is not giving me any help here. There's a slight perspective shift. Yeah. So that means can I do an offset? If I did this, would they be even more offset, right? Or no? There we go. Now you can see them up there. But I want to kind of clear out the Can I have a 0 radius scale to not get? That's pretty good. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Acrovac. How I did the path 3. I have there is a generator here. I wonder if I can do this. Yes, I can. That generates the tree. And the way it works is pretty much it goes through how many layers we want, like how many things, and then for every open node, which is like something that was created in the previous step, you can take either a step to the left or to the right and down, and then we add that to the list of open nodes, the new ones, and then we check so we're not going too far to the left, too far to the right, and we connect them back to their parents. And then after a while we also do only move towards, like, while we have more open nodes than we have, this is to get that funnel back into 1 or 2 nodes. I have it set to 2 in most cases, I think, so it kind of goes down into 2. Or it only goes left if it's positive in X, and right if it's positive in or negative in X. So it kind of moves towards the center until there is only this many open nodes, which is 1 or 2 or something, and then just joins them together. And then I do a little bit of like removal of when there's, like here, there would be nodes in the between, and I just remove them. So that's how the procgen for this works, and it generates roughly okay trees. I also set it up with different sections, so like the first section and second section and third section. We can like have it split more often, allow wider widths, things like that. But I don't want to toy with that now because the value is pretty good. All right, I think I think we've been streaming before. What happened now? Why no worky? That's scary. Hello. I could see the color reduced in the effect. Like the trail color could be a darker version of that color. So you're not confusing it too much. Well, maybe I need a weapon before I start. That's better. Yeah, the little blood pools do add something too. I want to make them gameplay, like have them matter to the gameplay somehow. These guys still don't follow me in here? They're scared of that. Fun. Oh dear. Come on. Give me a range. Okay, let's see. When they die from a blizzard, it's gonna be weird. When they just explode from that. Should have context sensitive Yeah. Yep, I made it full. Ice orbitals only get good when you have 3 of them. We're never seeing any range. Here we go. Let's get rid of max HP. There's definitely more visual clutter now. It's not as clear anymore. Especially when we crank screen check to max. But yeah, speaking of taking a walk, I should. Ooh, what's this? Death! I'll take that as a sign. So let's go to our friend Twitch.tv. Let's go sagged. Spias. Dude needs some viewers.
Chatty. I'm gonna unblocked.
Yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. We will be back in a little bit. I think I'll do more streaming, but I haven't decided yet. We'll see. Otherwise, maybe I'll come back tomorrow. So, hugs and kisses. Be nice to Spias. Bye bye.
This is what's the line.